All right. Hello. Hello. Yes. Welcome to Onchain Con, the first edition of its kind. All right. Take care. Whatever. So what you plan? The best thing is you first add. Ngateragaho.
Just a display.
I'm gonna present you. Yes. All right. So today we are going to really have a great time. So it's Onchain Con, the first of its kind, the most global great event. And yeah, you can catch us live on YouTube at the Central Point or on X at Onchain Con. It's going to be incredible. There is a lot that we want to come across. We hope, I think I can say, all to action. So, what inspired this? In the Web3 industry, especially here where we stay in Uganda, there has been a lot of good things going on, especially this year. And we had the Dev Phase, we had Central Point Bootcamp, we have had many hackathons and challenges. But you find that there is no time where builders have come together to discuss all the future of how they want the Web3 industry to move. And that's why we have Onchain Con. So, yes, it's a very interesting time. It's a very interesting moment. So this is the time that we are going to, have discussions on how to move the Web3 industry forward, on how to bring adoption through the apps we create, through the platform, through the contributions we make, and so much more. So that's why we are having Onchain Con today, and I'm excited to have it live. You can catch us on X at Onchain Con or live on the Central Point YouTube channel. Yes, so feel free, feel comfortable, stay engaged, let me know what you think, and we keep moving forward. Yeah, I welcome those that are on site. This event is happening at the Central Point premise, and it's something that someone must really have had in mind to make sure that they come at the premise. So those that have come early, you are most welcome. I think we should better have something like a challenge or a catch up for it. But yeah, we are really excited to have today and great people that we are having. Some of our speakers include Manuel, a really, really good builder in the space. We have myself, of course, at the end, founding the Central Code after and building things that the community needs to make sure that they transition or they tap into the opportunity that are provided by this industry. Yes, so it's exciting. Feel comfortable. Feel free. Tell a friend to tell a friend to be here or be live. Yes. Kudos to the team that organized this. We have the security team that came hand in hand with the founder of market and the central board and made sure that this happens. Yes, a special thanks to our sponsors. Yes, we wouldn't have done this without the great sponsors that we have, uh, which includes base. I can say that base has been very paramount in making sure that this happens. So if you build and you're building on base, you're building the right chain because base is for everyone. Yeah. So let me invite some of my other people to other participants to ensure all that are coming in to tell them that feel at home, feel comfortable. This is what we're building in the space. This is the free space, and there are enormous opportunities. Today we are going to discuss very important topics. My most exciting topic is governance, research and governance, and actually that's what I'm going to discuss today. So you're a senior person and you want to know about research and governance. I'm not just going to talk about research and governance, but to give you a sneak peek, I think Africa needs such a thing. One of the things that we need is our communal vote. Is how do we, as a people who have a population, leverage that population to make sure that we assert what we would love to see and how we want protocols to move, either in the favor of the communities that we stay in, or in the way that we want to see the industry move forward. The Web3 space is a space that is decentralized. By decentralized, I mean anyone anywhere can participate. Here you don't need to ask for permission, just build or just participate. If you're a creator at your base, if you're a builder and building products, there is really, really, really a lot to make sure that you participate and they are rewarded. So that means that this field is really decentralized and that's an opportunity. Away from that, the field encourages transparency, and by transparency, we mean that everything that has been done, the code that has been written, if it is a smart contract that has been deployed, yes, it can be viewed very clearly. It can be viewed on Explorers, and another builder can rectify that what the builder is claiming to say is what the smart contract actually does. And then the other good and great thing is that once something is deployed, it is very hard to change it. So in normal systems, we may make upgrades, you need to change, maybe you have a database, then you trickle with things here and there. But in this field, having that assurance that if I have a smart contract and I assert with the address that this smart contract has actually been deployed, then I can trust the code. So that's one of the good things that the Web3 and the blockchain industry brings. But there is a lot to it, and one of the things that are always in the community is how to make sure that we continue such ways without harming the ecosystem. So in this, we mean, for example, if you a person who thinks that maybe the industry is not going forward, or you are building on a given protocol and it's not going any further, we have things like DAOs, platforms like Tele, where you can go and vote against or vote to strides in the ecosystem. So it's an exciting time, it's an exciting field, and yeah, it's a topic I would love to talk about with actionable steps on how we can leverage the community that we have, we can leverage our collective into building the future that we want. I know that today we really have a lot to put forward. Builders always face very, very many challenges, some of which are you never know how works. For example, you're always skeptical about whether something is working or not, and that in its own is something that we want to demystify. How come people in the development industry, in the building industry, or in general participation of the Web3 industry? And with that, we want to ensure that we see where you are. If you veered off, there's a lot of onboarding actually in the ecosystem, but also there's a lot of drop off, and we want to see why people drop off, discussions in such directions, and so much more. So today is that event where we are going to be breaking down many of these things. I'm personally excited, and hopefully you're excited too. Yes, so we're going to have a lot, and yeah, some of the things we're going to really talk about are all of these things that come to our minds, whether there is a future or there is no future. We now have institutional adoption and things like that. What impact does it leave to an individual who is building, who is contributing, or someone who is even a creator, or even someone who just wants to participate? You're a researcher. I think at this end of the world, we are missing a lot in governance. Me personally, that's going to be my main topic: demystifying governance, making you see what I've researched about governance and how we can leverage the Web3 infrastructure, or decentralized infrastructure, things like DAOs that are already taking shape, to make sure that decisions are made in our favor. So yes, there is going to be a lot, and I'm just excited. Yeah, and great to know that with me we are going to have very many great people, and yeah, it's going to be awesome. So stay tuned. This is the first Onchain Con, and we are very deliberate. We are very, very deliberate on how to move the field forward. We are live on YouTube at the Central Pod, and we are on X at Onchain Con. Yeah, so find us anywhere, catch us up. Yeah, we also have to announce the winners of the hackathon. Yeah, we had a hackathon, and yeah, we are yet to announce the winners, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be something that keeps pushing those that are building forward. So yeah, this is the day, this is the time. Feel excited. Put in your questions. You can comment. We shall have it, taken through. Otherwise, let me invite you to this journey. So I would want to start off by informing my journey. I started, I think, in the Web3 industry as a builder, as a developer, and quick enough, I realized there's a huge community of other like-minded individuals, some of which were participating in DAOs, others were participating in building, others were participating in things like trading, and others were participating in other things. But I can say that that journey has really been very thoughtful. It has taught me a lot of things. I have personally gained a lot of knowledge in many of these things that are happening, and I think that in itself is something that I cannot take for granted. So when I look back a year ago and I look at this and where I am now, I can see that the promise of decentralization, these opportunities that are brought in by this tech, we have opportunities that were previously inaccessible to some of us. But you see, with this opening, with this great infrastructure, you can touch and show some of these things. So It is something that is humbling and it is something that is great for me to see. So I know that we are going to have a lot. We are almost 12 minutes to noon. So allow me just to keep taking us through, and by noon, hopefully we'll have something else. I don't know what is in store, but personally, I'm very excited. I am really, really excited. And yeah, if you're there and you want to purchase live, you can purchase on X at Onchain Con or live on YouTube at the Central Con. Yeah, so it's an honor. And for those that are on site, you're most welcome. Feel comfortable. Feel free. This is the time that we are going to unwrap based on different people and different expertise and see how to ensure that the next quarter of our year and the next coming days, we make very, very, very uh, measurable leaps in that field because there's a lot going on in the entire ecosystem and yeah, as a whole. So feel free if you have questions, drop them in the chat. Uh, Great to have you live and yeah, find Central Code on YouTube and on X, Onchain Con. That's where we are live. We want to make sure that building public is one of the issues of blockchain, and yeah, we are building public. This is one of the ways we are doing that to make sure that uh, we get feedback, we get questions, uh, we exchange and see that we come to greater heights. So you're welcome, and yeah, I'm excited to have everyone here. So one of the maybe where I can start from is how do I really grow? For me, from the start, it's been hinged on the incentivization. I think there is no other field that incentivizes like the blockchain industry. And as long as you own your craft in some way, you'll get back that value. If you build something, uh, blockchain ecosystem, whether it's a product, protocols, or other things, are more than willing to compensate you to make sure that you brought on board, to make sure that your users are doing great, whether you're building a protocol, whether you're building an infrastructure, there is real incentivization in the ecosystem. And for me, coming from a two space, or coming from even an sure space where I was like, what do I do with my life? So when I thought of this, when I saw that there was some platform either be incentivized or participate without any sort of limitation, that excited me. But also the promise that accelerate where you can have your assets on your wallet with no any other intervention, but the provision of technology was something that really sparked me up to come and research in this field. And ever since that time, ever since then, it's been a great journey, a journey of experience, a journey of research, a journey of exposure. And I think we're at a time where we are laying the foundation, and yeah, it's going to be exciting. So again, welcome everyone, and it's been good to have everyone here. It's awesome to have you on X Live. It's awesome to have you on our YouTube channel. Yeah, we intend to have this live to ensure that we have public scrutiny. We can look back and see how fast, because the field is moving quite fast. So yeah, thank you so much, and I guess I can read some of the comments. We are on watching, guys. Great to have you. And I think other inputs can be later. So I said unknown before we move any further. Oh, we are 30 minutes to noon. I'm still on time. Yeah. If you think you have something to share, if you have some questions, like valid questions, you can put them in the chat. One of the things we were thinking about why you need Onchain Con was this thing that as a collective we can do much more better in a growth, and whether it be DAO that will have to vote on something, I think it is worth it. For example, sometimes as a community we love presentation in many places where decisions are being made. Let me say, for example, with on just having a DAO between ourselves, a sub DAO, we can come up with goals and with who to really move forward. Maybe sponsor and go from their phone, or we are now having it safari. And sometimes you find that the bounties are on site, so or you find that that live experience will give the community a moving forward, or like the opportunity to interface with those that have answers to their questions. So today I'm just bullish about creating something like a DAO, because the good thing with the decentralized world is that you don't need to lose anything. You don't need to lose your token. For example, if you to delegate and have a vote to move forward, you just need to have your tokens on your wallet, and then have whatever decision you want to make move forward either by saying yes or no. So that is something that we are looking at, and that's something that I am excited to continue speaking about. But away from that, yeah, exciting to know that we are coming to Eid Safari. So Eid Safari is happening, I think, around September, and yeah, it's going to be also some good time to get exposure. But away from that, it's Onchain Con. A great word of thanks to the people who made this happen. Afro, yeah, let me talk about Afro. So if you're one of the people who want, maybe you want, I see the builders of Kaid. Great having you here. And yeah, if you're not one of the participants, through the bounty that was given to us by South Africa now, you can simply just get more money through Afro. So it's a platform to exchange your crypto, your stable coins into local fiat. So yeah, thank you for Afro for making this a possibility. Decentraland, yeah, I think we're really dedicated to doing an amazing work. I see a lot of people on the team. I see a lot of people who are putting their unwavering work to ensure that we have the base and we bring the base to life. So yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you for being sponsor. Shift 3 is this was a ladies community that was born from the first cohort of the central body, and they are pushing the boundaries of Web3 beyond reasonable capacity. They now have a bootcamp, an online bootcamp. I don't know. I think it's going for a month, and it's been amazing. Thank you for ensuring that we are having the first Onchain Con, an event that is bringing builders together. And lastly, base. I missed. Day one on base was a few days back, and yeah, base has been a strong support of those that are building. If you're a builder, if you're a creator, you can build a base and yeah, stay based. So very based for making sure that they really come up and sponsor what we're doing. It's amazing, it's humbling, and it's good to have them right here. So there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot to say. But allow me to really be thankful to everyone and everybody that is here. Yeah, God has been good. He has been great and blessed us, and we are thankful that we are here and that we have it today. One of my submissions always when I have an opportunity to speak is I want to leave someone changed. Maybe you have a question, how do I make it through? Today, one of my answers is going to be through a doubt. You may not need to be a builder, but your voice matters. Your voice matters. So one of the testing platforms we've been having on running as sort of voice of what that will favor builders is unlocked. And for those that are attending, you have a co-op minted by the organizers from Unknown, and those that participated in the hackathon shall get online certificates. This is on-chain certificates. This is just a way to, to put in implementation the things we build. And even Unlock itself is built on this. So both from this, they have a lot of things that are going on. I can find a lot of great people on platforms like Farcaster, but you can also engage in hackathons. They have an ongoing hackathon on their volume, and also other engagements like I think they really have bootstrap the infrastructure. Your person who is interested in AI agents, things like O'Hara, things like Virtuous Protocol. If you want to build something like e-commerce, CDPs, if you want to build on Farcaster frames by base. So the mini kit is one of the things you can really go look through and bootstrap something. But even when you have someone you're building with, why not say this? So we thank them for being part of this process. And thank you for everyone. So we're almost entering known, and I think the opportunity that I've been given, um, uh, I've put a lot. Thank you for tuning in, Mr. HR at Web3. Yeah, it's very very good to see that we are pushing beyond the boundaries of what we can do, of what we can achieve, and this is incredible. And I want to really be thankful, and I really want to say thank you for everyone that is making sure that this happens. And to those that are attending, we really give you thanks. Those that are both on site and online. It's incredible to have such an event. So I'm excited, and as I continue to share, there is a lot that is to be unraveled. So I think by noon I'll have to invite someone else just to say hello. He's been really some force in the ecosystem this year. He's been amazing. To give us a thumbs up and say hello, what to expect from him, what to find from him, and a lot. So it's going to be exciting. And we are just 5 minutes to noon. If he's ready, allow me to invite the one and only Monroe Prime. Yeah, he has really been a force building things like funding and learning the Web3 community to make sure that they stay next. So, thank you.
Yes, hello, TM everyone. I hope you guys are doing well this afternoon. Yes, just a few minutes to the afternoon. So, my name is Emmanuel. I'm a smart contracts engineer, still in the foundry. And it's really exciting to be a part of this event, particularly because it is the very first event I would say that I'm having the opportunity to speak to developers. And I've been in the ecosystem for a while now. I started as a trader, so I was mostly trading currencies, and then I got into ETFs and then crypto tokens. So I did a lot of spot trading on Binance. And because of how much time it takes from you, it's really consuming. It's not something I would love to, it's not something I was planning to continue to do for a very long time. And I already had a passion for building, and I thought of building in Web3, but I didn't have the opportunity because a lot of things had to happen for me to survive. And building wasn't something I would make a priority at that time. Not because I didn't want it, but because I had to be prudent about how I decided to spend my time. But when I got the opportunity to be a part of the Central for this year, it was really amazing. First because I got the opportunity to now start to encounter some of the concepts and the tools that the time of me become the proficient smart contracts engineer that I can say I'm becoming now. And yeah, it's been really an amazing journey since January when I made that decision, and I built a number of tools, and how far it has brought me, and the way it has expanded my mind is really amazing. And up until this point, I can only say I'm grateful to Web3. I am grateful to the technology that enabled me to now easily become an entrepreneur. Because when you think about it, building in Web3 is not as you would build elsewhere. Because some of the tools that you need to build, for example, in Web2, many of them require that you obtain licenses, many of them require that you get verified by a number of gatekeepers. On the other hand, if you're building something in Web3, most of the tools are open source. Actually, even the code for some of the biggest and most robust projects that we have right now, think about it, Uniswap is actually free. I mean, it's open source. You can clone it, you can use it for anything. You can build something on top of it. My God, it's really amazing, and it's been a wonderful experience. And I'm looking forward to sharing with everyone that has shown up today. Um, yeah, share my experience and see how I can learn more from each one of you. And yeah, I'm grateful for the commitment that you all demonstrated. It's not an easy thing being a developer, that is for sure, especially in Web3, because there are so many concepts that are new. Uh, when I think about it, it really makes me laugh because I remember coming in and I was getting confused with things like gas, with concepts like gas optimization, with concepts like, my God, blocks, and then it was just so confusing. And to stay and become the kind of person that I can say I have become, it took a bit of commitment, but a lot of support, especially. And that is one thing I would love to point out. It would be hard for me or anyone whatsoever to make it to any point where they can say they've made some significant steps in development, particularly Web3 development, because it's tough. That's the truth, it is tough, and the risk is so high. What really scares these days is the number of not scams, but attacks that are being successful on so many protocols and projects that are already existing in the market. So it begs the question: does it even make sense to be a Web3 developer? I mean, if a project like Bybit can be compromised and loses lots and lots of money, you can imagine it's one of those protocols that has a number of engineers, a number of smart contract auditors, and everyone is watching the entire system to make sure that it's secure every single second. And how it can fall victim of such an unfortunate incident. And where do I stand as a single individual trying to become a Web3 developer? Do I even have the chance to survive in the market and build something that has to take care of people's finances? Think about it, I built something in DeFi. Maybe I built a decentralized exchange and I have this liquidity pool. What is the guarantee that I will even be safe? So when you have questions like that, it can be really scary to even think of the relevance of being a Web3 developer. But this is the one thing that I realized we're all just growing in the field, and so many things have keep changing all the time. Recently, I was just listening to a podcast by the host at Team Bagel, the gentleman coordinating Ethereum protocol upgrades from the from the Ethereum Foundation. So he was talking about all these upgrades, and one of them that really stood out to me, because it's already, I think it might be mainnet already, Spectra. Spectra has a number of upgrades that make it not just efficient for the protocol itself, but also for the users. And I'm wondering what is going to happen after all these changes are being made, and then someone tries to build a tool with this new protocol. Doesn't it expose them to vulnerabilities that compromise the security of their protocol? If they try to develop another project without really evaluating security standards of the new product that has been put in place. So, what really excites me about all these things is that we're all consistently learning, whether you're really starting out or you have been in a field for years, or you have lots and lots of hours of experience, already just learning, and things keep changing all the time. That gives you a map at a certain point that is really unique in a sense that the more time you put into something, the more time you put in learning something in Web3, particularly if you want to be a developer, there's a high chance that you're going to surpass a number of people that have chosen to just stay um, at the level of knowledge that they've already obtained. And that gives you an opportunity to stand out from wherever you are. It doesn't matter whether you're in Africa, it doesn't matter whether you're in Latin America or you're in the North Americas, whatever it is, or wherever it is that you are, you have an opportunity to stand out in a Web3 space. It's not something that has been possible traditionally because for certain companies to hire you for certain tech companies to hire you in Web2, you have to have a certain level of experience, maybe with a language or with a certain protocol or with a certain set of tools. And I think that is really unfair because it's very easy for someone to stay in a field for a while and they haven't really improved at all. And then you're working so hard to make sure that you get to that point where you can recognize yourself as a prolific engineer. You can't be recognized simply because you don't have the credentials that qualify you for a certain job or a certain opportunity. And Web3, on the other hand, really makes it possible that you can do anything for as long as you give it just as much time and you learn just as much as you need to become the best that you should to be able to do certain things, then you have the opportunity to get rewarded for the efforts that you put in. And that's a beautiful thing because as all these protocols keep changing, I think about all the protocols that have implemented the new upgrade of Ethereum, perhaps. Um, there's a lot of things that might not be clear right now that still need to be tested over and over again for them to be got right. But it's going to take a while. I know before we see another upgrade, so many things need to change in the way we build smart contracts. So many things need to change in the way we consider gas optimization. And this is the wonderful thing about it, is that you're going to consistently be learning. And if you put all the effort that you can into this one thing that is Web3, gives you an opportunity to stand out and gives you an opportunity to have access to things that you would not traditionally have. And, yeah, I believe that's one of the things that I appreciate about Web3, about the decision that I made to become a Web3 engineer. And yeah, have a lots and lots of things to share about Web3 and the fire to come. But I'm grateful that you all made the decision to come today. I hope you all leave today impacted in ways that are meaningful to you, whether you're a Web3 developer or you are a content creator or you're someone that is interested in research. And speaking about research and governance especially, these are things that I've been paying attention to closely in the recent past, and I've realized these are domains in the Web3 field that have not been explored, at least not to a level of utility that gives some substantial rewards back to those that pay attention to them. And I really love that today we talk about this a lot because there's so much power that lies in choosing to take the path and be a researcher. Perhaps you want to be a protocol researcher or a security researcher, and maybe also to get into governance. Because then it puts you in a position where you have access to these power structures of how these protocols are governed. And you can make decisions and make proposals about how these protocols should progress, having your interests considered from a representative point of view. I mean, if for example, there was a product, an example from a product, it's one that I've been paying attention to very closely these days. If I wanted to do something with a certain fund, if they had $1 million, I was thinking of how to distribute that money across the world. It's very easy for the people that are already represented It's very visible that regions that have already been represented when that proposal is being passed to receive rewards from that fund, from that pool, rather than those that haven't been represented. But how do you get represented? You need to have a say in the protocol that is making these offers to the people that are using it, to the community that it serves. And I think this is a really powerful thing because it goes beyond us depending on the technology at the level of the protocol, just having a program that we feed into, being at a level where we can suggest how we want the protocol to progress and how we want it to handle its finances, how we want it to handle its governance in a way that enables all of us to benefit as a community that it supports. And yeah, I believe that is awesome and it's something we really need to give attention. So yeah, these are all fields in the Web3 space that haven't been explored. And I think they stand, Gavin calls them low-hanging fruits. Dr. Gavin, he calls them low-hanging fruits, and we don't even see them. Or maybe we see them, but we don't recognize how powerful they are. So yeah, Web3 is an amazing space in a number of ways. So many I can't even share right here because I would take the whole day doing just. Tekako. Ogyeko. Tubeerewo beze ku generator oba simanyi. Maana. Kasala ive esigala ejja bajja giraba. Wali kweri?
anything. So we want to engage on how to ensure that we have wallets, we have our wallet secure, and make sure that yeah, we have many of these things sorted. So I'm excited for this topic. I'm excited to make sure that we have wallet security happening. So okay, all right. So yes, you're most welcome, Mr. Manuel. I am called Kapos Aviani, and on this panel I'm with Mr. Manuel Pryor. And yeah, it's exciting to know that we make discuss very many interesting things. And let me give him tell you at the moment, introduce himself. You're most welcome.
Thank you. So I on the other you can say I was here before, and the subject I'm going to discuss is really fascinating because it touches upon some of the most critical elements of using Web3 tools, especially to the users. And yeah, I'm excited to share it in this one. It's really amazing.
Okay, yeah, good to know. So, the topic that we are having, I really don't want to script you into something. What are your experiences about wallets in general? What can you say? The experience that you, the learning process, and
Well, using what yes, my experience is quite diverse, and it tells both positive and negative experiences, both positive and negative experiences. So, uh, what usually happens when you're using a wallet is you have this tool, it's usually like an application on your phone, or maybe a hardware wallet, or you have it as yeah, an extension on your browser. And it seems that simple. I mean, it's just a browser extension, just like every other tool. But there's a very fundamental distinction between a wallet and all the other extensions. All the other applications that you have on in the sense that it holds the power, something of real value. It holds funds, especially funds. And sometimes digital assets, but mostly funds. And this is usually something that people use people come to Web3 with the idea of what the knowledge of what the first thing that they get exposed to when they come to Web3, using blockchain wallets. But the way blockchains are architected is they are created in such a way that all the power, the funds that are within that wallet, is an non-custodial wallet especially, just under your child. The security of those funds, how they're managed and how they're transferred to different people, different other addresses, it is all under your charge. And because of that, it also means that there are risks that you could be vulnerable to regarding those funds. Also, supposed to be under your charge. So it's no longer like we'll give you the money, you want to have these tokens. Well, maybe cash, fiat cash, of course. It's going to put in charge of the bank. You don't care how the money is stored. All you care about is that you have the money in the bank. Different to how things are with wallets is it's an application just like any other application. Like I said, my experience is diverse because I've fallen victim to so many wallet attacks. And it might be because I was really just learning how to use wallets, or maybe because I just neglected the most basic security elements such that I take it very seriously. And up to this point, all I can say is handle your wallet as your bank account, handle it as the ultimate security that you have, the funds that it stores, how you use your wallet, the things you connect it to, the things that you use on the device where your wallets are very critical because they can expose you to vulnerabilities that should otherwise not be exposed to it. At least more questions now you have your wallets. And I think right now that is my fundamental sentiment about the wallets. I don't see it as just an application. But through the experiences I've had, I see it as a financial tool that I should handle with very much care. Because exactly that's what it is. Only that it's designed in such a way that it's easy to take the funds and the power of the voice. Yeah, I think fundamentally that's what it about it.
Okay. Uh, so, all right. I think that's what we understand. So, from a user's perspective, if I am someone who is used to mobile money on my phone, how best would you sort of explain to me what a wallet is? Because I think it's been a good explanation, but for a person who maybe knows as any used wallet extension or wallet somewhere, but let me take scenario I use mobile money. How can I really understand what a wallet is and probably start from use of it?
Yeah, well, a wallet is like your mobile money account. So your mobile money account is actually an e-wallet. That's what it's called. It's a store of funds that are owned by you, first of all, and also, yeah, that's a store of funds that are owned by you. The only difference between a blockchain wallet and that e-wallet, an example being a mobile money wallet, is that with a blockchain wallet, you're fully in charge of the funds. So that means if you send money to a wrong address, you don't have the right to reverse it back. Because if the transaction is complete, you cannot stop it. That hints upon one of the fundamental rules of the fundamental elements of blockchain. That all the transactions that they make are immutable. So you can't reverse the transaction as completed. Why I say is everything is fully under your charge. It's because there's not a person that you want to go when you send money to a wrong address and you want to reverse it. There's not a person that you can go. If you lost your seat phrase, if you lost your security credentials, which of course is the seat phrase that we use for specific accounts, there is nothing you can do about it. If you forgot your seat phrase, that is it. You lost access to that account, you lost access to those funds. Unlike a standard e-wallet, if you lost access to your account, there's a possibility of you regaining that access. You can verify your identity, the institution that issues you access to those accounts. For example, if I lost access to my mobile money account and I have my national identity card or I have my passport, I can still get back to the office in that institution. In a country like Uganda, of course, MTA and Airtel, verify that actually this account belongs to me, so they can check maybe some of the information on my card and compare it with the registered information associated with that account, and then they can give me access again to that account. But with the Web2 wallet, you have the absolute control in the sense that if you lost access to it, there's no one else to report. I've experienced this also. I used to meet NFTs with OpenSea, but then Polygon was giving us special transactions to make NFTs with OpenSea. So I had this collection of NFTs, and I found that I used to create this NFTs with I simply, when I created my collection, I think I forgot my private key. Then something strange, something amazing happened. Someone bought one of the items on that collection, but I didn't have access to the account. I didn't have access to the account itself. What happened is, up to this day, I can still see those funds, but there's nothing I can do about it because I don't have access to the account. And that clearly highlights the point that I'm trying to put across here. That you're fully in charge of the funds or in charge of the accounts that you have, especially when it comes to your wallets. If you take anything for granted and someone loses access to those wallets, there's nothing you can do about it. So you need to be very careful and store all your seed phrases or your private credentials, your security credentials securely. And yeah, that's very exciting to actually talk about.
Wow, very good, right? Actually, I think this session amazes me. I really always want to be very grounded because and you explain these things in detail. Sometimes when someone hears about such a thing, it's like a fairy tale, but it's a reality.
paying like you go, you look at your wallet address, the money is there, no one has touched it, it's secure, but it's only secure in the blockchain. Yeah, so there's an instance that happened to me, I think 2024, it's a part. So I had a account, I participated at home, and we had to submit our addresses. So I submit my address. I don't know whether it was a kilogram, and I submitted the address, and once I sent the address, I checked to see whether it's the extension I have. It was not the extension I have. Till now, I have the address. I go to the blockchain, check. I think $500 plus. Okay. It's huge. Like you can say, with this I can do something, but that's it. That's it. I don't know where going to happen. I look for it, and I think we don't need to take precaution, security, so serious to this thing. So discussing this issue is something that we really want to take in detail. But maybe to go somehow further. How can someone who does the work in this perspective, someone who programs, how can they really keep their wallet secure? Because most of the time, we end up exposing it, right? Maybe you have in a test wallet, but maybe you will forget. I don't know. Or even the user, because I think they have been very active. They have been very much active tactics. Recently, we have my GitHub. That cannot be integrated because these people are really investing a lot to show that they can also go there because of the blockchain group. So how can we ensure that in a way we are secure? How can we keep and make sure that we compromise these hacks and our assets get good?
So particularly in the context of a developer, from my experience, I know that you build a tool, maybe you're making an RPC call from your back end, perhaps because you need to put in your private key, whether transactions run on it, and without you having to sign for a wallet. And yeah, it does present a risk to your funds. For example, if you're building maybe an on-ramp for tool or any other tool that requires that funds are sent to a lot of those private key put into the application. But there means there are methods that have been implemented that allow you to secure your private keys. One that stands out and has been used, it's a legacy mechanism of practice. You use an .env file and then uh, when you're deploying when you're pushing your code on chain or you're pushing your code online, simply keep away the private key. But also Foundry has improved the security by creating a mechanism where you can encrypt the private key. Like it will stay active in the code but in an encrypted format. In a format that is not easy to reverse engineer if someone needs to have required places for them to be able to do that. So I think it was implemented this year. I tested it and it pretty was interesting for a private key. If someone saw the encrypted version, they won't easily recover a private key from that encrypted version. And then the other thing I believe for developers that would really help security your funds is having a wallet that you're using or an account that you're using for testing smart contracts or testing certain tools. Give it away from your active storage of funds. And this is something I personally implemented in the tools that I've built. Like if I had a pool that is supposed to receive funds, I keep it away from the logic contract. So it's kind of proxy contracts. So if I have a contract that is handling the logic, I have a different contract that is handling the funds, for example. So someone send funds to that contract, perhaps. Of course, that means I don't have to exploit and keep my code because all I need is someone to send funds to the account is that they have to have address, public key, public address of the account. Then, when you receive those funds, then they require you to do some logical operations in the implementation contract. So the contract, rather the contract that is holding the funds is a proxy. And then the contract that is handling the logic is different from the one that is holding the funds. So the one who's private care actually is the implementation contract. But then again, if you're sending funds to a contract, after that is handling implementation elsewhere, you don't really need this privately because the logic that is going to execute is only started, is only triggered on chain after the contract has received funds. So it's a mechanism that I believe is powerful. It can really help in securing your funds. If the contract that is holding the funds and holding the state is different from the one that is implementing the logic, whatever protocol that you build, yeah, I believe those are the best ways that one say. I don't care what you want to say. What's your
Wow.
experience?
I think that is really beautiful. I was just like, so if I'm a user, I have to put all this. But it's good that we have that's the technical question.
Yeah, it was a technical question, but for a user, the best thing you can do is make sure you keep your wallet safe, in the sense that you don't connect your wallet to just the website. And then second, make sure that the device where you have the wallet that is holding your funds has a restricted number of sites that it connects to. And just really implement these simple measures of security quite consistently. Like if you're done using a certain application, maybe you're done running an account for a mission, please disconnect your wallet. Don't leave it implemented there. Because there's a possibility that if someone has access to the session connection, they should use connect for that application to manipulate the security of your wallet through that. And this is going to be very possible in the future. Due to account abstraction, I think some of the tools are going to be implemented these days. If they have access to a session key, then all the transactions that are going to be executed in that particular session are going to be automatically verified. For example, in instances like games, where someone really doesn't have to keep signing signing a transaction for state changes to happen, it's not really necessary that someone is wallet signature on the app store okay? For a smooth and efficient flow of the game. But it also poses a risk to those that are simply using the wallet, so that's why you can leave their wallet connected, even for the people that are playing the games, to leave your wallet connected to the game website, there's a possibility someone could manipulate that session. So I think for the users, really what you should do, and what I think is very idea is simple. But the point is, just make sure you implement a simple security measures quite effectively and consistently. But then using a tool, just connect to wallet. Make sure you don't just connect to anything. You don't accept just links to connect to the account, or to the tool, to the phone where your wallet is stored. Because, for example, a kilogram, like Mr. Liam said, they are installed surreptitiously in the background. You may not even know something that's being installed. They're being installed as payloads on image clicks or link clicks. And you just click on an image, but it has a payload that installs this code in your application rather than your phone. And then later on, when you're trying to use the phone, you can pick your private key or your seat for enter it somewhere from the clipboard, then free up the view and device. And it's much easier to withdraw your funds because these days we have AI agents. When it's easy to instantly stick, it has your private key. That if you add funds on this account, you should withdraw all the funds. Someone doesn't even have to be there. They just have to check their own wallet and see that AI agent key the job in the requirement to do. It's not easy. So please try to be as secure as you can. Don't take basic security principles as a joke because they do matter in the context of your
Wow. And you deserve an applause. But before we go there, sharing this information is really important because it saves you from loss. So I guess I don't know how.
Yes, so I don't know how many minutes we really have, but I really have more questions. Because for me, it's been about on it. I don't know, I learned one trick and then fall into another. in the past I was one of the victims of killings. And I probably know that actually this would have been on it. So there was this instance that happened to me. I had a wallet, I could keep like $10 on it. I said below $50. So this day I put $50 on it. I was going to buy, I think it was an ENS time. So here we go. So I put $50 on it. It was completely white. And then I said, okay, maybe let me create a new one. Usually that's what I go do. So created a wallet, created a new wallet, and with this wallet, so I ordered of brain both from here to here, bought some tokens. I think it was around $80 one in. I actually first looked at this one was this token which was around $2. And the thing held the tokens for around 3 hours. Okay, this one is same. So then we put like $8 one of it, and guess what? I was right. And with this money around, we are taking your address to the interest card or like the tokens for that, yeah, to verify. And man, was this same wallet that was recommended. So I had this question: how come no one really has my anything like same price or private food? How are they doing it? Until I actually have to still store that money and have to research like on and on to deploy and problem came from. But if you're not informed about it, you can easily say this industry is scam. This is a scam. But that was what can we do? And the way to just bypass it, some of the police say, maybe what happened to you, but usually these are very, very damaging acts. So I feel like a sense of, emphasizing on how to protect our security seriously because it served us quite a lot. What maybe with some instances that this happened to you, you have maybe that you would be going and maybe some people that be victims or would be both become victims and then they can maybe like they may not follow victims because you have really very good because it's like this thing that you don't take serious until it happens to you. So yeah, what do you have in that direction?
Well, from where we stand right now, I know many of you might already have wallet installed on your phones, or you're thinking about it because perhaps it's your first week, or your first month, or your first day, or free, and you haven't received any money yet, any significant amount of money for your wallet yet. And these are the exact same devices that, of course, you receive the funds for, mean the wallets that you installed with applications, these phones rather, or computers, for example. And the exact same devices that you receive your funds for. I mean, those are the accounts that you have. So, the most recent attack that I was a victim of was similar to what you did say. So, I had funds on my wallet. It was actually several. It was worth $60. One to save. So, what happened was, I think someone either had keylogger installed in my phone. And you know what's really funny about this keylogger is that you can't really know when it's installed. When you click 1,000 clicks today, you can't know which one compromises security. When you click 1,000 clicks yesterday, you can't really think about what you could have done that compromises security. Or they then have the thought that somehow maybe my security has been compromised because I went to this site, or I clicked on this image, or I downloaded this music file. It's really difficult to tell. But this is one thing that I personally learned to implement. And I did it in my more recently, I think. So if you're not sure about the security of your phone or the security of your machine, I recommend you wipe it. You have files and you have images, whatever it is that you have on your device, back it up somewhere and wipe that phone. Because you don't know what is left waiting for you to deposit money on that account. And then wipe it. So it's really frustrating for you to lose money. It's more frustrating for you to lose the money than for you to lose that data to be sent for the past 1 year. So one security measure that I think can be added on to those that we're already talking about, wipe your phone and install a new wallet. A wallet that you're sure is secure, a wallet that you're sure has not been exposed to any risks. And after you've done that, make sure you dedicate that phone or whatever it is, that device, to that specific purpose. That is going to be the holder of the wallets that are going to hold the real funds. This is where it's important. Because if you're going to be, if your capability has been compromised, or if your secrets have been compromised, the only way you will know it's after you, that the money is actually being taken. See that? And think about it. If someone actually sent you money, maybe you've been telling them about your safety, you've been telling them about how it streamlines certain things. Maybe in the business, you travel from abroad somewhere abroad, you're asking them to try this one out. Maybe you're showing them an internet school. Then they say, "We found that the funds are work from the audit." Think about the idea that they will have to pay money after every step of that happens. This is why they need to be, if you're going to get into registry, these are things that you need to be aware of. I think having this session today is really important because not so many people have the opportunity to learn these things firsthand before they get exposed or before they have the risk of being exposed. And yeah, I believe the other thing that you can do, I'm not going to get over it. Wipe your wallet, wipe your phone. So that your wallet, I recommend before you install any other tool, any other social media application, install the wallets first. At that very first point, while your phone hasn't been exposed to anything else, download the wallets that you're going to need and install them in your phone. When you're done with that, then you can start installing anything else. After you done all the transfers of your secrets, copy them and place them in a secure environment. Yeah, I think that's what you should do. Maybe the other thing, um, the infrastructure elements that are being implemented these days can enable you to, well, I guess want to have a device that is secure by design. I think that's what they call it in security generally. A device that is secure by design. I think Solana has this kind of devices where everything that you do on the phone is executed in an isolated environment. So this implementation is called trusted execution environment. So when you're any copy your secrets of your wallet, it's not exposed to any other application on the phone, not even the operating system on the phone. So that enables it to be more secure. But while you still have that phone, that iPhone 16, that Samsung Galaxy S22, whatever phone you have, that is designed in such a way that it's secure in the way it operates in itself. I think you should implement those measures that we've already talked about. Otherwise, yeah, if you find it really difficult to do that, then if you want to be using Web3 wallets, I recommend you get a device that is inherently secure in the way it operates, spanner code, or install applications that are just secure. I don't have to point out any particular operating system, but some operating systems are really just secure.
Wow, this is incredible. I think you really shared very profound knowledge, and yeah, we're grateful for that. We know that, this is last day. I see many of the people we have here, many of them is having showing signs of, but yeah, we are really grateful to our sponsors who have made this happen. Chief women initiatives, about initiative, we were very is making sure that they are on board with ladies in our communities through teaching them about the ecosystem and also developing the ecosystem. We help South Africa now with our sponsors for the hackathon with $100 currency. They are really grateful for that. At the same time, making sure that we have detail and expertise in our field, and we can push, and make sure that we take advantage of what is happening. This has never happened before. We've seen things like shadows and things, stocks, but go through good levels of playing field. And leveling the playing field means everyone comes with their skill and capacity. So giving us a playing field, we need to take it upon ourselves to create the best out of it and to drive it in the direction that benefits our community. So, Central Board, I'm really grateful. And base, yes, I wanted him to just take you into base. I've seen him doing great things in base. I saw one of the products that it brought to reality, abundant, being built on best main. This is the great having such products on a main network is shows some of the ones that are going out there and are changing us by different level of blockchain. So I don't know if it's this new thing about this. Maybe you can chit chat us about what base is on. Just a simple chit chat. What should be researching because I know you've been researching the system. I've read a little about the design. Oh, sorry, for those of us that we might start wondering into upgrades and what does it mean for those that are building on L2s, but this is a field that is for research. So Sanda is an upgrade by Ethereum, but it will immensely enable very, very fast transactions and then punching a lot bigger data. So, but again, before that, I think this is really far ahead. So, do you have anything in that direction, or just take us a chit chat and then we finish up and have our lunch, and then we come up with what we have in store.
Well, so this is a blockchain. It's an Ethereum layer. It's built using the open stack. And well, I think it's been very popular in the recent past. And one of those ecosystems that has a lot of benefits, I would say. Then second, that is really making progressive things about in the ecosystem. So recently, I was exploring the technology. They're implementing this thing called flash blocks. I think that's one of the upgrades that I think stands out right now. Flash blocks. So they're kind of to maintain the infrastructure optimization of how transactions are finalized on base mainnet. But still, they utilize the security of Ethereum in the sense that there's a proof that is set on Ethereum mainnet. I don't know what exactly the proof looks like, but there's a proof existing that verifies all the transactions that are being finalized on base. And a proof represents that finalization of Ethereum. So, flash blocks are designed to streamline transaction finalization, finalization, and most of the transactions, I think they were comparing it to the speed of Solana, the ones I had. I think it might still be testnet, I'm not sure right now, but it's something that I think basically putting a lot of attention on. So I listened to Jesse recently and was talking about the idea of Facebook's representing every single second, every single millisecond representing a single transaction being finalized. So this lightning fast speed in blockchain especially because rollups in this Ethereum rollup, one of them being this, were designed to make Ethereum faster in the sense that all the transactions are finalized in Ethereum, are finalized much faster than if they are finalized in Ethereum directly. But also, this has gone a step ahead, making it even faster. Beyond the time that I think spending formality of the transactions, or settlement of transactions, It's not going to be even much faster. You don't have to go through the standard procedure of verifying the transaction. Because I think on Ethereum, which does 66% of all validations, agree the transaction is actually very much standardized. But that definitely takes away from time. Because Ethereum has a very huge number of validators. They might have improved that, not very suddenly, but based on certainly that's still higher using infrastructure organization. That's gross. It's something that you would really love to get into if you're interested in protocol research, interested in having to understand how fast speed might be helpful in the field. And then think about it. I think these things already were, were required in the field, even before places had a thought about them, because things like decentralized exchanges, transactions are slightly slower. For things like on-chain games, some of the transactions will take a while for them to be finalized. I think they're trying to implement it in such a way that they work like the state channels, where the transaction will keep going through. Then there's a huge and final settlement at the end. After maybe a session and been finalized, and being completed, and maybe I'm just going to order the transaction to be uh, settled finally. So technical elements of how it's implemented is something I need to do more attention. But yeah, I think flexibility is something that I think about the context of place and how it's implemented is interesting.
I think that's the same thing of what we are going to do post large. I'm not sure what the time is, but I think we're really out of time. It's been an honor having you. And I really hope this happens. We keep having these conversations. Conversations that are deep into the ecosystem, discussing things like sections, making sure that we push beyond the boundaries. Because the decentralized world is giving us an opportunity to create solutions even for other people on a global scale. So being involved and pushing beyond what is possible, I think is the way to go. And we need to have these conversations, open and honest. So thank you very much.
Welcome. It's an honor having be able to sit and speak to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can have this and then continue all your discussions on X. Uh, we can continue with the how X is Onchain Con, and you can also continue with discussions at the same record YouTube channel. And yeah, we are really excited and anxious about what is coming up. We want to engage within ourselves. We want to make sure that we are being our growth and make it great. Yeah, I appreciate everyone.
go through happening, what anything in such a time, because governance is really something that is that's something that we can leverage and make sure that we do the best out of it. So today I'm going to not to be talking, but we're going to be practically going through how we can be better at governance or how we can govern ourselves better. So yeah, thank you. And yeah, I think that will be okay. So sometimes we look at things and we don't know maybe how decisions were made. And you several people support what you are doing, maybe about it, and you don't know how a decision was made. But there's if you can liberate participating in this, and you can liberate participating very actively into this, we can cause certain changes to be made in accordance with our community. The good thing with Africa is that we have numbers, but then we have small amounts that each person has. So let's say, for instance, if today you wanted to do something alone, it might take you an entire life. Maybe you want to save, and like that. And then if you come together as a community, it can take you the shortest time possible. Um, yet the thing is about that shortest time is that there is no trust. So maybe instead of waiting for Buddha to buy that, if we come together as 100 people, we can buy it in a very small fraction of the time. But how do we trust that each one of us takes their stake in the land? So that's the question, and that's the thing. And the blockchain brings about this concept of trustless trust, whereby you don't need to trust anyone, but you can trust the code. I can say that. So one of the implications of governance is this thing of voting, whereby if you have a stake in the protocol, that means that you hold their tokens, you can participate in voting of the proposals, whether yes or no or undecided. And then also others can participate by delegating their tokens to you. So if we as the people who come on Chain Con can choose to start proactively participating, probably we can choose a protocol to start, and then we see that you can have your tokens, I can have my tokens, but then we could have like an in-house DAO whereby you can say, you know what, we want to vote for this proposal, or you want to put a proposal forward, and we support it with our stake. You don't need to bring your stake to someone's wallet. You need just to delegate it from your wallet. And when you delegate your tokens to someone, you actually don't lose the token. So you don't lose your tokens because he cannot withdraw them from you, but he can use them for voting. That's a good thing. So it's because we have communities that have numbers, it simply makes sense if we bring a single vote or if we start making proposals, backing them up with our stake in that protocol to see that we have activities that are done in our favor. And this does not regard anyone, whether you're builder or not builder. Actually, if you have someone who is good at research, you can assign them the role of making sure that they always doing the proposals that have in that protocol. And then from those proposals, we can have a position as a community, not just backed up by DSA, but backed up by our stake, which is our tokens. And none of the community members needs to release their tokens to another person. What they only need to do is to delegate it, and maybe that makes a collective vote. The process of who is to vote, or which wallet is to vote, can be decided on maybe in a down process or in a decentralized organized way, or in a mechanism that is internal to our small DAO. I think with this kind of mechanism, we are going to be able to push very many things forward quickly and impactfully. So I wanted to give an instance. Maybe let me give an example of a protocol we can all, we can all engage in. For instance, if we can take, uh, let me take, I think, unlock protocol. So, how is this protocol built, or where do they go to make sure that decisions are made? So most of the decisions in the unlock protocol are made in the unlock governance, and this governance can be formed entirely. So let me say, uh, so this is one of the platforms where DAOs come and debate on proposals. Someone proposes and others debate. So I don't know whether others can see my screen. Um, yeah, so I'm at Ontari, one of the platforms that protocols really come to and have proposals. There is a lot of protocols. So ZK Sync, Nouns DAO, if you own Nouns, and there are a set of rules that these DAOs can go through. So in this instance, my interest is with Unlock. So Unlock protocol. So um, with this, there is really, so these are the proposals that are in Unlock protocol. So you must welcome. So these are the proposals that are in Unlock protocol, and here
These are the holders of the tokens. So you can come through these proposals and see how people are voting. And so these are the biggest holders of crypto. We have Stellenbosch, we have Dan Tongs, we have all these people. And what you can do as a community is both of you can come. All of you can say we have these tokens, and we have. I have my own tokens. Maybe you've decided in your community that okay. Let me share my screen. Um, by getting out of the nouns down, let's scroll down, tree, let's scroll down, and most of these DAOs that really want to give out support, but they have an issue of they don't have an issue, but we have an issue of a stake in the protocol. It's us who have the issue of a stake in the protocol. We can also look at another proposal, probably. This is Dali. So even when you come in on unlock, you look at delegates. There have been 50 delegates, proposals 54, treasury 558K US dollars. So this is the cheapest way, or like a decentralized way for us to access these resources and propose in the best interest, in our own best interest. You can read through other proposals, and you can also see maybe who has been given what for what. Voting process gets done, and then you withdraw. But if you want to withdraw your money before the voting process gets done, or when you've just, you're just yet just you've not yet proposed, then you can get out at any time. Because before the proposal, there are discussions. Yeah, thank you. Any other question? Okay, so when you're going to vote, you first turn your tokens into votes, into like the token that is used is a voting token. So when you're going to vote, you can either delegate. If I delegate, that means that for me, maybe I have a set and I have huge amounts of token in that, and we have the same voice. Or you can vote as an individual. So there are many platforms, but on voting, you can come here and update delegation. So maybe here, also, I'm used to the online thing. So there is always a button to update delegation, and you can delegate yourself, you can delegate to another person, or you can train one. So that means if you delegate to another person, you are in agreement of what they are going to vote on, or you can delegate yourself. Then after voting, if you want to claim back your tokens, you can undelegate, or yeah, or you can leave your delegate with that person. Any other thing? I think maybe I can get a lot from questions. I don't know, but yeah. So to my knowledge, that's one of the things that I think we need to do. For example, you could create an app, and you want the community to use it. Most of the time, the community must have a stake, or they should be fully served. So if you have like a small DAO between yourselves, they can vote on maybe whenever they are doing such thing, they use your app so that you have activity. Yeah. Because for example, anyway, let me say like for example at the center, but we had in the early days of some of the projects we are involved in, you find that we had this classroom thing, and you need people to always log in. Unless people want to log in. So even if there is a communal thing and they say, okay, we can be beta testers, they need to find a sense of belonging. So a small community DAO can really help in many things. And also that's something that doesn't make sense really with small resources. Having like small resources as a person to do a big impact. But if they come together as one voice, it makes sense. And decentralization helps because if you have your tokens, and for example, in such a scenario, so for example, one of the guys was building this pickup where you can just delegate. If you have your tokens, you can delegate, and when you delegate to someone, you don't have a right to spend them. You only have a right to use them for voting. Because we always need a voice, a collective voice, to make sense. To make sense. So how do you come to DAO maybe which has millions, and then you're proposing and you have no stake, and you're saying I'm part of this, oh we are part of this, it doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's like one of the ways. Yeah, do you have a question? So I can stop here, and I think we can have discussions on this. But before that, uh, I know it's been hectic day, but I really want to welcome someone. I don't know his name. Either it's Kaigo or Zigby, but I met him through the base builder, base batches. Yeah, and he has really been like helpful. This is our first Onchain conference, and he has been very proactive. Actually, I can say he has made sure that we get our only sponsorship, real sponsorship, which is in the process. But yeah, it's from base, and he has come from all the way from where I came from. So, Mr. I don't know whether Zigby or
Hi everyone. It's good to be here. Good to see you guys. And what? I still okay. Eddie Kago from Coinbase, in Base, South Africa. It's good to be here in Entebbe for Onchain Conference, and happy to see builders, doing what they do best, and also see the participants here with their projects. So let's figure out how we can pay forward, how we can bring more debts on chain, how we can get builders from anywhere who might not know they're even builders themselves. So building on chain, building on base ranges from gamers, ranges from those who are trading, like the good trading, all like chain, do multiple projects as well. And you can do verification on chain. So this is open to creators where you also earn from what you publish from the base app to Zora. There are multiple options, and there's also startup support. So in East Africa, what we do is ensure that your application gets wide coverage, and people get to see, start using the services. So I find it a pleasure to work with builders and support builders in the best way I can, and in the best way we can also as this. So feel free to talk to us, tell to us, follow Business Africa on Twitter, X, YouTube channel. So we began a weekly series for builders called jam sessions. We'll be inviting you all to also participate. We had our first one yesterday evening. Um, yeah, unless you have questions, it's really an honor, a high honor to be here. Be able to review what see what's going on. Thank you. Yeah. Who do
Yeah, thank you very much. Amazing ones. So, hope I'm all doing well. It's a cold evening, but I'm glad you are all able to make it. I'm glad you are all able to make it. So, um, there's something we're supposed to discuss in a very, very short while, and I was hoping that I could get your perspective on this. That I could get your perspective on this before we can get in live. So, and my audible now? Hello, hello, GM, everyone. It's very cold. It's wonderful afternoon. So, there's something I would love to discuss, something I want to talk about. I believe we might all already have an experience with it at a different levels, depending on what area you chose to get into. When you join group three, I believe we all have experience with it. So, it is transitioning into web three. We all have different experiences considering into Web 3. For those that joined as content creators, for those that joined as developers, for those that joined in research, for those that joined in governance. The previous speaker was just talking about governance. So there's something fundamental about what qualifies to be a career in Web 2 compared to what qualifies to be a career in Web 3. So fundamentally, Web 2 were careers it's not an absolute definition, but it covers at least most of the careers that do exist in Web2. And because to something that you have knowledge and experience with, um, you've been certified. You know that if you are a software engineer, or you become a software engineer, you need to at least have a documentation from either campus or an institution that can attest to your experience and can attest to your qualification, do certain things. But things are slightly different in Web3. So in Web3, what fundamentally qualifies to be a career is that particular domain of knowledge that you're given so much attention that you now have the experience to offer value to the Web3 ecosystem around the world. Now think about things like being a smart contracts engineer, for example. There's not a formal education institution you're going to go to become a smart contracts engineer, at least not yet, or be a smart contracts officer, for example. But if you give just enough time to the domain of learning how to build smart contracts in different languages, with time, you get so much experience that you can now write actual protocols. You know, and this is not something that has been there in the way the world has been operating in the tech world, especially for I don't know how many 100 years up until this point. Right now, if you just started right now to build to write smart contracts, or if you paid attention perhaps to research and governance, there's a possibility in just a few months there will be value coming back to you for the effort that you put in. See that? But it doesn't require that you go to a certain institution. It doesn't require that you get through a formal school for you to obtain this knowledge and use it to give value back to the ecosystem. Now, I think that's a fundamental definition, a distinction between career in Web2 and as opposed to why it's like in Web3. And usually when people talk about transitioning into Web3, their context is usually consideration of being a developer. So they'll be thinking, for you to transition into Web3 as a developer, this is the path that you need to take. But I don't think it applies only to development. There are so many subdomains within the Web3 ecosystem that qualify to be a career. What is the definition I just gave? So imagine, recently I've been paying attention to a certain collection of researchers. This collection is called Sum of Protocol. So they research a number of infrastructural things that could apply to a protocol. Things like memory, things like storage, things like speed. And some of these things, I believe, have been the combination of some of the upgrades that we've had on the protocols, especially Ethereum. And if you've attended any of the goals, any of the all models goals, some of these things are already talked about and they're discussed by people on the team about how they can optimize the chains, particularly Ethereum, for speed, for gas efficiency, and everything that is necessary to increase the adoption and the effectiveness of the chain. And I can tell you some of these things are not things that the people that are talking about them have learned in formal school, or the things that they have on graduation certificate form, but things that are given time to learn on their own, under their own initiative, offering their own time to learn these things. Now, what do I think about all this, considering into Web3 as a career? This is my observation. In Web3, if you offer enough time to something and you accept to consistently learn, you accept to consistently offer yourself to get better, there will definitely be a reward that comes back to you. In some way, either in terms of the community that you're leading, or for those that have participated in hackathons. How much of the things that you've done in those hackathons, things that you studied in formal education, maybe if you did software engineering, there might be something, but things like smart contract integration, where are you going to find it in a university? But tell me if you've seen it anywhere in a university. I don't think it is there at all. But it's one of the fundamental concepts that you're going to require for you to be able to participate in a hackathon. We will build a product that can stay on chain for a while. And a number of them have been implemented using just this knowledge. One that stands out so much in this area, particularly Uganda, is one round. I know you might all already know it. You know the founders of the team, the founders of the product. And I can tell you all the things that some of the things that they did implement that product, things that they learned their own in their own time. See how far it brought them. Imagine that. So the other advantage we have in Web3 is that most of the knowledge that you're going to require for you to become a professional or build a career in any particular thing that you choose to join, whether you want to be a content creator or to be in research and governance. We're just been talking about governance here. And from my observation, I realized all we have to do is just use the resources that we have and learn just enough about these protocols that we're able to contribute meaningfully to these protocols and the directions that they're taking, including how we can return value back to our own communities in terms of us representing our own agendas, our own strategies that can, benefit everyone else, but also us included. And this is really powerful because if all this knowledge is free and it's online, and it can give us a reward if we give attention to it, then why are people not doing it? Because that is the truth. And before I even give you a meaningful process of how to be able to transition into Web3, let me highlight a few reasons why I believe transitioning into Web3 is something of real much value to you as a person that is concerned about your career, is concerned about your future. So first of all, everything in Web3 is granted on merit. So just to do this one thing, maybe you want to be an engineer, a smart contracts engineer. The money that is going to come back to you is going to come back because of the effort you put in, because of the consistency you put in, because of the passion you demonstrated, and because of the focus you demonstrated. So just to explain these 4 points, I think there are so many opportunities in Web3, even in a specific domain like being an engineer. There's a number of blockchains. Think about the languages that you could choose to learn if you wanted to build smart contracts. Solidity is one prominent one, that is for sure. But the application of Solidity is so diverse that if you chose to try to apply your knowledge in Solidity everywhere where Solidity is relevant, there's a possibility you'll get lost. And that is why focus is very important. But if you chose to, perhaps if I was building on a chain like this, for example, I have a few products I've built on this. I participated in best batches. This year, unfortunately, wasn't able to win, but yeah, it was a wonderful experience. I think it was my second time building on this, something really focused on this. But imagine that if I got it on this, but if I just build the same product on Flare, there are a few distinctions, there are a few things that could change in how I would use Solidity to build on Flare than if I was building on this. I would require maybe another week or 2 weeks of going through a process of learning. That would be okay. But my point here is my focus is now to make sure that this particular thing that I've chosen to do, I can push it to the point where it starts to reward me. On merit, of course, I mean, I put in the effort, I put in the consistency to learn. But it's important that you focus. So, if you just do anything in Web3, one, the time that you put in is definitely going to be rewarded. Because I haven't been in Web3 for a very long time, particularly as a developer. Because I started trading, I traded a lot of financial markets, but I realized it's not something that I can sustain myself. So I took the path to be a developer. It hasn't been very long, but I can attest that a few rewards have already started trickling in. I just being a developer for these few months that I've been here. And the other reason I think it's really, really important that you choose to join Web3 is that there's a degree of completeness that you can't find anywhere else. And I see this in a number of ways. First of all, the information that you require for you to learn something in Web3 is free and it's online, first of all. So think about if you want to be a developer, all the information is on YouTube, the different websites that you can go to and learn Solidity perhaps, or learn Rust. And particularly went through Cybernet. Now there's a build program. So That might be for Solidity. It's all available. It's online. It's free. Then second, uh, okay, that might be for development. But if you wanted to do something like content creation, I've seen. I think there was a program in Solana under a group called the Solana Policy. I think they had an X influencer program where they'll take you all the technicalities of the X algorithm and how to leverage it to create value to the ecosystem that you're choosing to serve. So that will mean things like how do you handle space, how do you handle lights, where do you comment, what time should you comment, how to you study your audience, all those dynamics of how to be an influencer on X. And all this information are being offered for free. All you have to do is just be there, time, attend the session. You see that? If anyone is an influencer, from what I just made mention, you can see that there is real value in it. Then maybe for researchers and people that are interested in government. So some of protocols, I think I would love to talk about it because it's the one place I've been to a number of times, and I've seen what they're doing. It might seem like very complex stuff, but if you give it attention, if you're really interested in research, particularly protocol research, there's a reward for it because they have a program of writing, and they recommend anyone who's interested in writing for writing articles to demystify some of the concepts. Other people that might be interested in reading about them. For example, if you've read the specific questions, some of them are really, really technical. That if you aren't into the structures of protocols, it might be difficult for you to comprehend. But if you get through a process where you're able to understand some of these concepts and demystify them for other people that might be interested in these concepts, there's a possibility of you getting what some protocols actually has a well-structured program of how these people can do what you get it time, understood what they're actually going through. And now that's about information. But convenience is also realized in another way. The way blockchains are architected, they are designed to really enable efficiency in tech innovation and to demystify this kind of thing. So they provide some kind of infrastructure. First of all, that is cost efficient and is robust. And particularly in terms of robustness, I'll talk about smart contracts. So here's what happens. Smart contract, like I've always said, it's just a program that you write in a blockchain. But when you develop this program and deploy it on a blockchain, even if you don't have the capacity to change anything about it. Now that might seem like a very small thing, but if you've been in software engineering previously, before you joined the you know that there's a big issue around data being manipulated or being able to be changed. So many things can go wrong if anyone can just get onto database and just change it. Now, imagine how much really how much relief you will get as a developer in Web3 if you can build a program and you're very sure it's secure in the sense that no one has the power to modify anything if they don't have the correct credentials to have the power to do that. So the other context I would think about it is the convenience, cost efficiency. So if you deploy an application on any hosting platform, perhaps you've used things like Docker or Amazon Web Services, it doesn't really matter how long your application has been online or what activity your application has. There's a specific frequency which you're supposed to continue to resubscribe for that space they've offered you, even if you don't have activity on your application. And I think that is unfair because, yes, I might have an application that is deployed on their servers, but if there's no activity coming through my application, I don't see why I should keep paying for it. So here's where the difference is with blockchain. If you deploy the smart contract blockchain, you pay for it when you're deploying it, but the only other time there will be a cost charge on any activity going. There will be a cost charge on that contract is when this activity is going to the contract. So if no one runs a transaction through that smart contract, it will stay on chain. You will never have to pay a cent for it. So when you're that's interested in entrepreneurship and getting products in the tech world, that changes things a little bit. Actually, not a little bit, but it changes things quite fundamentally. Because imagine if you went 3 months without having any activity on an application you deployed on Amazon Web Services, but you have to pay maybe $75 every month. For 3 months, I don't know how much that would be, but it can go for as long as 6 months. And you're actually spending money in marketing instead of just spending money on the platform. Rather, instead of you earning money through the platform, spending all the money that you might use to grow your product into marketing. So there it's going to, it might impact your, the amount of money that you have to run the product. But these guys do not care because that is how they make their money as well. But you pay every month. So having a blockchain product that you can only wait on for consumption to go through before, rather for a transaction to go through before there's a charge that is made on the blockchain for that particular product is it really changes things a lot and makes it convenient for anyone that is interested in building applications to build applications in a way that is cost effective. So any smart contracts engineer or anyone that is interested in funding tech products will get this very clear. So now all those things that I've defined, there's so many other reasons why you should really join Web3, depending on what kind of knowledge and passion you have. The other advantage is you don't need a completely new skill set for you to join Web3. I think that's a barrier I think that's a misleading concept that people have been peddling around for a long time. And if you perhaps built in JavaScript as a developer, so the languages like Solidity are very closely similar to JavaScript. You're built in C or you're built in built in C. Languages like Rust are very closely similar to C in syntax and so many other concepts. So the knowledge you have that you already have as a developer is relevant for you to transition into Web3. Even if you're a content creator, all you just have to do is it might not be an easy shift, but still there is knowledge that you can pick from where you are. Because if you've been marketing, if you've been influencing X, you're still going to be using the same platform. Maybe you'll be influencing people with entirely different concepts, entirely different content, but you're still on the same platform. So all the information that you have, all the knowledge that you have about X is still there. If you've been doing research, it's exactly the same principles that you're going to use. Research, maybe you read documentations, read articles, listen to podcasts. It's exactly the same kind of thing that you'll be doing. The only thing is that you'll be researching different information, you'll be documenting different sets of information. So all the knowledge that you have is still just as relevant in your journey of transitioning into Web3. And you should not undercut it, rather undermine its value. So the journey of transition is not very straightforward, but I want to put out a few points that I think have been helpful for me. They might be helpful to anyone else. So first and foremost, there are 4 things that stand out for you to make any significant growth in Web3. First of all, you need to be fundamentally willing to learn, to always learn, because things keep changing out. Things keep changing every single day. I was just looking at a document today about Solana. They're making some significant infrastructure changes that are going to impact the way you write smart contracts today in Solana, the way accounts operate in Solana. Just like recently, Ethereum made some updates, and they impact the way we interact with the protocol as users, not just as users and developers. In every sphere, as a stakeholder in Web3, everyone is impacted by how this changes happen. So you need to always be willing to learn, always willing to update your knowledge. Because the fundamental definition of a blockchain, from my experience now, I don't think it fits perfectly from what we always said it is. So that's not because the definition we had was wrong, but because of the updates that have kept being made, it no longer fits accurate. What a blockchain, what we always did always. So let me give you a little bit of context. So this is how it was in the back end. From every site that you read, tell you a blockchain is a ledger, a digital ledger. And yeah, it's just a record of information. Right now, almost every blockchain has a capability to execute applications. Even the ones that were there by then, things like blockchains like Bitcoin, we now have a capacity to execute smart contracts. Think about that. So it's no longer just a ledger, it's an execution environment, it's a computer of its own. And so yeah, then that just give you a bit of context into why you should always do it to run, because things change. It can affect the way you do your research, the way you do your programs, the way you communicate with people. And then the second thing is you need to build a community because these things are complex and there are so many. So you as an individual, you don't have the time in your day or in your week to consume all the knowledge that has come up in a particular week. So if you have the capacity to attend spaces, please be in the spaces that will be important, because consuming a lot of them can also be disastrous. So if you can be in a number of spaces that you think will offer value in pushing you in the direction you want to go, please attend those spaces. If you can be in Discord chats, if you can join communities that will give you value in the direction of the career you want to build in Web3. So you want to be a developer, okay. So maybe you want to be a developer on Stellar. So in the Stellar community, the developer community on Stellar. Go to the YouTube channel of Stellar and see what has been happening in the past. What developments have happened up to this point, what upgrades have they made, their integration, all the things that you need to know. And that will make you better as a developer on Stellar. So I believe those are the most important things. Is be consistent, be willing to learn and build a community, because there's so much knowledge coming up. And the reason is, I think we're in the very first stages of Web3 as an iteration of the internet that is built on centralization. So it's for stability to be established in terms of the rails that we can utilize for a very long time, whether it's in finance, whether it's in gaming, or in every domain where Web3 has been applied. So many things have to keep changing, and it's all for the better, because every change that is happening is for the optimization of security, for the optimization of use cases, for the optimization of costs. You see that, and when all these things are being made, sometimes they alter what has been established and create something new, or they add an improvement to what has already existed. And because so many changes happen in very different places at just the same time. So if you open Twitter right now, you'll see something happening on Fair, you'll see something happening you'll see something happening on base introduce something, a very technical concept called flash blocks. Now, for you to understand what flash blocks are, it might take you 2, 3 days, or 5 days. But within those 5 days, players make it happen. So players now scaling Bitcoin. Before you know it's happening, there's also scaling Bitcoin. They do those things in different implementations. So that's what I actually talked about for that. Because you can't learn all those things at the same time. I think agent Bitcoin base is also being improved somehow. Some things are being added. Virtuous protocol has a number of AI agents being added every day. How can you keep up with all that information? So you need to focus. There's a lot of things that you have to keep track of, and you don't have the time to really make an impact if you want to try and capture everything all at the same time. So choose an environment, choose a community that represents your passions, that represents your needs or your aspirations, and stick to it like glue. I think to me, those are the two things that I think have been very important for me. Find a community that represents my needs and be willing to always learn. This does apply to developers, it applies to content creators as well, because it is relevant in Web3 that you create content. I think I know 2 of the most successful podcasts. I'd say they make millions of money. I don't know how much they make, but from the environment, when you just look at it, truly these guys cannot be playing games. So you should look them up actually if you're interested in understanding how blockchains are evolved and what inspired some of these blockchain founders to create the products that they created. One of them is called Web6 Tablets. A few of you might know it. And it's very popular in the blockchain sphere. So this gentleman brings the best blockchain founders, crypto founders, and sits down with them and discusses all these complex concepts. And imagine that, by the way, he's just creating. You see that? So he has evolved the way he does his things to a point that he's now able to host the biggest names in the crypto space. That's more room and have a discussion with them. That is growth. That requires focus, requires consistency. Because imagine if he was doing that, he was also trying to get developer, or he was trying to do research on languages like WebAssembly. I don't think he would make it to that point. So, yeah, believe, build a community, be focused on what you want to learn, and be always willing to learn. That will move you on. Thank you very much.
Wow. Nasema kwenye
Uganda, karibu sana. Feel at home. This is the Queen of Uganda. This is the Uganda that you've been hearing about. I don't know if you've been here before, but we should give you a Ugandan experience just after this event. All right. So, Manuel, that was really precious. I really didn't time that he just got to say, and it really cuts across so much that I despite about today. Because that thank you so much for putting this up. I know events like this are really tricky, most especially when you target a particular segment of people at a particular point in time, but then having everything set in line like this for a starter is really good progress. So the topic today that I'm going to talk about is the information game. The example is saying that information is what? Power. And I think this space reverberates like it makes that statement echo and echo and echo and echo. So, what is information by the tiniest of bits? Anything that puts you into the aspect of understanding something is information. He has been talking about DAOs and governance and making impactful things and projects. If you don't have that basic sort of information to put you on that line, you are misguided. Say, yeah. So, what then does it? What makes information special? If you get to know why even in our normal society some people are richer than others, or why things happen the way they do in different places, is that word. Yeah? So the rich person is richer than you because there is something special that you know that you may not. Yeah? The healthier person is healthier because they are doing some things that you don't. Yeah? So information is that critical, and we need to give it a key and a critical eye every time we're doing something. Another thing that I normally use is that there is no investment as worthwhile as investing in yourself, most especially if that investment is in knowledge. When you begin with data, you go to information. Once you have the information, then you can have the knowledge. Data is plain, figures and numbers. When you organize them to write a story, it becomes information. When you organize that information, then you get the knowledge. Information is just scattered all over the place. You go to supermarket, you will probably find somewhere where you can find a newspaper store. Yeah, that's information there. If you open on Google, a browser online, you find information online. Yeah, but it is scattered. It is you to come back now down and organize and say, oh, if I combine the story that I've read on Coinbase, read some information on Comment Terminal, then check out maybe Coinbase online, and combine the information with the Coinbase website information, probably I can get to understand why things happen the way they do. So when you organize those data sources to come up with a unique form of a story, now you are willing to prepare the information again. So how do you keep yourself informed in this space? You realize that they say it's ubiquitous, like information is just floating all over the place. And the difficult thing with systems like those is that it's so easy for you to learn and learn the right thing. But with the same ease, it's so easy for you to go down the wrong rabbit hole and really get lost. Have you had a scenario like that? You are doing research, but then you go for the wrong information and you really get lost in there. So it comes back to you, the person who is now making playing the cards. How do we get the right information? Where do we get the right information? And how do we see to have the most or good information? And most importantly, keep playing that game rightly. Number one, being a vast space, being a growing space, the number one thing is to always keep an open mind. Yeah? There is nobody who knows it all, there's nobody who has it all. That's why, yes, we all attended these events, we've had these different speakers, we've read these stories, but you still have to come and attend this other event. Because maybe someone is from a different part of the world and they have come to speak about something that you may not have heard elsewhere. And this is the best place to work, to pick it. Otherwise, why would we be having all these other different events and conferences and things like that? After all, we could say, oh, we can have all the speakers in one event and then we close it. You know? So being in the right channels is critical. Number two, after realizing that you cannot have it all and you need to keep an open mind in terms of learning and the willingness to continuously learn. The second thing is to challenge yourself. There's nothing that teaches you better than experience. Yeah. So I have a class I normally run online sometimes where I tell people, about how to accomplish different quests, So people just keep telling me stories like, oh, maybe I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Yes, you do this and that. And I say, don't tell me you can do it. We are online, open your screen, show me, share screen, do that thing. I say, oh yeah, this is how you swap hyperswap, this is how you take it, you do go to Congo, this is how, because that experience, that first step that you take to do something is that it will give you a whole different layer, because now you won't have to tell someone else's story like, I hear they swap. No, I swapped. Yeah, I coded this, I did that. So that is that experience, like the hands-on approach. Because unlike the other technologies that you can read and read, but what is practical stuff? Yeah. If a person is coming from an extent to tell you about how credit lines work, how they do risk management, you listen to them because that's what they do. Get it? As opposed to me reading an article on complexity and how telling you how a credit line works and how they manage risk, then someone from an extent tell their story firsthand. Get it? So we are willing to learn. Step one, we are willing to ourselves to task and make things happen and get practical about it. What comes next? Once you have really learning, you put something into task, is getting to give back. Giving back how? Not money per se, but what is it that you learn that you can impart or throw out to someone else to maybe inspire them? I've taken so many people's career path, because people are, yes, we attend an event, but I want you to do something beyond what you see me there. So when you master that, make sure you teach what you learn to someone and let them, they can map on their way, like they can chart their way forward. If someone is, I don't want to use the word that, get to understand what your skills are. These are then applied to your trade. If you are not a programmer, that's very, very minor, okay? But what is it? What is it that you are? Systems admin and network one and database one. Please, we need those skills in what? So find a match. You do well with Oracle databases like what I want. Okay? So things like protocol research won't be a hard time, won't be giving you a time. It already exists in the administration. Yeah? So when we learn something, impart it on someone, there are so many ways now you can express yourself. Trying to pass whatever you pass on. It could be a conference like this, it could be a workshop that you run, it could be online media, online. I like this work these days, it's published so much media. So that kind of other extra aspect too. Because you get validation and feedback from people. Because if I read through, if I check for a mistake, in places where I inbox and tell her right away this concept is better represented this way. Getting constructive feedback because she has written, but if she hadn't written, who would know what it means and how to correct her? You get it? So be positive, but put it out there. Those are the three main principles. So how then do we decide which information to follow, what is rightly to be done, and what to ignore? The good vibe about social media is that it can, the way it hypes truth, it can hype a lie. You notice? Yeah? Someone can tell a lie. There's another thing that you know, that what a lie travels halfway the world with the truth is still putting on its truth. So implying that there's so many fallacies online and all over the place. So how do we see about and how do we make sure that actually what we have is what is right? We live in a world of variety. See, you have all these social media platforms. You can use your WhatsApp text, you can use Telegram text, you can use Twitter text, you can use Signal, you can use Slack and all the other platforms. Implying that there is for you to see out that correct thing, there must be something being over and over again. You know? So if I read a headline on Coin Test in the morning, I read the same headline on Big News, I find the same headline on Blockworks or Coin Telegram. Most probably that information is true. Otherwise, it's very rare to find 3-4 sources reporting on a whole story. Yeah? So don't take all the information you consume online for truth. Take it with a grain of salt and compare. See? Otherwise, back in the day we used to have ChatGPT as a thing. Is it thing anymore? Remember those days like November 2022, ChatGPT was a thing. Is it thing anymore? Why? The game has changed. Like you say, oh, okay, what does Brooke say? What does Babexti say? What does Glory say? And actually, they even put a disclaimer. This information is your ChatGPT is in an experimental phase. Please take this information what? You notice you read those statements. Why? Because they expect you to verify this information. As much as this agent has forwarded all this information to you, there must be some extra level of validity check. See, so the sense is take the same prompt to grow, take it to grow, take it to complexity. If they all come with a similar story or response, you can come as a say, probably is what? True. So that's how you see out the noise. Yeah? Then, Web3 is about personalities. It's about culture, it's about personalities. Do you know? Do you know this? Yeah? There are people who have cultural excellence on Web3. So if literally puts out a tweet or this thing or pastor, wherever you write publications, in most cases, if it is your official account, people want to say it. So, Brian Strong, Eli Benson, Dominic Schroeder, all these people, you see. So if anyone is publishing, if I want to know information about maybe base, the other one, this is not official channels. Yeah. So if anything is something concerning Ethereum, concerning Solana, concerning Ethereum, the very first site or source of information was reference is the official. So if it's Ethereum, I'll check out maybe the Twitter. So that is how you keep up to date with the correct information. Then after that, where do you go after once you have all this correct information? See, nothing beats or nothing works. We don't need this. Yeah. There are so many projects that I've seen maybe in hackathons or wherever, but they are not out there. They are not sold. They are not well marketed. See, you can project called Tensor. as someone, the thing is down. You know pigeon, sir? Do you know how good it is as a project? It's a really nice project, but pigeon is nowhere. So what makes something be good? We agree, but it must be visible. It comes back to even you yourself now. Even if you are good with whatever skill you do, if you are not well marketed, if you are poor at the soul, if you are poor at the market, if you poorly present yourself, nobody will view you, nobody will know who you are, nobody will know what you do. Yeah. So it all comes back to the information game. So getting to be in the right places at the right time. That's why I say, don't ignore events like this. See, I can come running here, I hear his word, I can go to Japan, hear what he has to say, I can go to Kaposa, I can go to, that is all the information side. Yeah. So the thing is, we need to put information, we need to put what we once you have the information, we need to put it out there. In something physical, something tangible, something relatable. Yeah. So you learn about the nice ones like maybe I use 77 million. Yeah. So build an application, build something that implements that to give us a relation and say, oh, by the way, we need to give attention to EIU 77 million because this is what it's for. Yeah. When you publish about whichever good idea that you're writing or you build with photo, and you can find something you relate with, you better sell your trick or your skill when you have something relate with. Yeah. You tell me about crypto, you tell me about like this. I've done this, I've sent you this, do this, get that, a sense of relation. Yeah, and you literally push me to understand, to know more why is it that things happen like this. So you are seeing, you are putting the same seed in me, you are sowing the same seed in me to unwrap so many other things as a result of what you just done. Yeah. So in a nutshell, that's how the information game really works, and still remain explorative. Like I said, there's no one size fits all. You feel, I know what people, I prefer reading like one by one, but there are people who want podcasts, there are people who learn visually, like watching a program, they think they have that craft. There are people who do intertwine, like they read as they do. It's also find a formula that works best for you and remain most importantly, like I said, in spirit, remain explorative. So, with those remarks, I really appreciate because I think once again for putting this out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Yes, we're 30 minutes to home. And yeah, thank you for those, great inspiring words. Really want to move forward. As he has been saying, so for those of us who want, you can offer up through a free round. Yes, so yeah, you can just say, you know what, I want to offer up through the app. The builders are here. So in case you get any issue, and also the merchant is here. By the way, we in a process of onboarding our first merchant, a mobile money merchant, and it is incredible. So when he told me I want to come and see, I've seen the thing works. Now, I need to know where my money is, A plus B because. But yeah, OfferUp is here to offer up you if you really feel like your money might go to the address that is, I don't know, maybe compromised. But the reason why I'm ranting is because I'm anxiously waiting for the judge to tell us the results, so that by fall we have the bounties distributed,
And after home, we can interact. We are really thankful. Those who didn't know, if it is your first time, this is what we call the central. Like this is the central code premise where builders are always building. And we want to build for the community, but not only our community, but also for Africa. So if we can start it and it is successful here, then that means we can make it for Africa. So this is the premise, feel comfortable. We hope that we shall do this as the need be and as the possibilities get us to. There's I'm really waiting for the judge. Okay, he has said he's coming. I hope he's coming in 2 minutes or 1 minute. Yeah, but thank you all. It has been really a long 4 days. Those who came and went and you are alive, and those who are here in person, we have the right to done. So, and those who are here on Friday, Thursday, it's been amazing. We want to see products. All chains want products. We need to see things that are what we are making. And we don't want to see, but we are also active. So we know the pains of the whole thing. We know the bugs, that's the sleepless night. So we encourage other builders, let's support each other because it's easy for builders to understand that I guess, since I'm a builder, I guess I can easily see the pains that my fellow has, and I also have. Like, yeah. So please, let me invite the judge.
Hello.
Hello.
GFQ.
Cheers.
Oh, wow. How's everybody? What's making you happy?
Waiting for you.
Wow. I'm glad to be here, though I privilege to come here. We were somewhere outside in Fiji and it rained, so I had to maneuver to find the easiest way to Google Maps. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Sorry, it's my pleasure to be able to attend such meetups because at least I can testify. I'm one of the people that have learned a lot just by attending. Just by attending such meetups. I rarely miss because I realized the importance of coming to meetups. You come to the meetup, someone summarizes some things that would have taken you like a full year to research on your own. Someone just takes it to you in 5 minutes and you're done and you get the content you got right there. So I would encourage people who are seeing us live, people who are here, don't ever miss such meetups. Do whatever it takes, sometimes things can like you pay to get maybe passport, but you can make it reach 10 meetups, right? So did I introduce myself? Wow.
Oh, sorry. My name is Samuel, and I'm a Web3 developer. Yeah, and I think that is it.
After that, I usually look for what to add on that I think. I think that is enough. I'm going to think of those predicting. Anyway, anything that brings money. So anything that, but usually do Solidity and I've been learning Rust. I also do some ICT stuff. So that is it. So I'm the judge on the project. So that was a mini hackathon attached to this event. And unfortunately, not so many people submitted. But for those that submitted, we are really grateful. It shows the commitment, that zeal, people, trying to build that. Building actually is one of the hardest things. If you don't get like a community which can, always support you, building alone is one of the hardest things. If you get a builder that maybe during their first years of building the one alone, they will tell you they wouldn't recommend that. So if we have such platforms that try to support in terms of incentives,
it's really it shows progress, and also it's good for the candidate builders. They don't have to face one first because when you are starting to build it was not easy. So there was a mini hackathon, and the rest already submitted. So one was it's called Camp Hostel. So it's more like a hostel page, and it's a price hostel where you can go and find people for the hostels. And the second one was institutional reviews by Deborah. The campus day was by Mugisha. Like, since there were very two projects, I did actually. We decided as a team not to say this is the first and second. They wanted to do so decided just split account between the projects. So whichever project whichever account is there, the two projects that are submitted will share. I mean, so congratulations to Deborah, congratulations to Elijah, and hope to see more of your projects. Right? So I'm done, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you so much. So what, Mr. Manuel? For us, we want when we are red, we come for the bounty. The tourists. But yeah, the bounty is $100, and I think it is to be split between $50 each. We also had some influencers there. I don't know whether you got someone. You can come and please, people need their money. So the mini bounty was by South Africa now. And they put in $100 for those. I think $50 is from. Are we allowed to pass by? But anyway, I don't know what's happening tonight. Please, Mr. Manuel, come and announce the most influential. Best has this being, everyone is a builder on base. So, details. But please come and announce the most influential. Let them take their share so that we can officially close up at 4, but we can stay here and interact with them.
It's very interesting. We actually had about for the most actively engaging account with Onchain Con posts. Michael, it's almost obvious who really would have got. It's a lesson. We should reach out to this gentleman. Well, I think his activity moved us some money. Can you guess the first one? He moved us some money from, because Onchain Con is a relatively new account on X, and yeah, it's made a significant progress because of the efforts of a number of people. I do appreciate everyone that's putting their time to like and repost and tag everything we've done with the Onchain Con posts and actually be in the spaces. Really appreciate. But on a special note, would like to have a special appreciation to Mr. HR. I think it's called Mr. HR. My God, he's done quite a number of things, and because of his efforts, we've been able to move miles on our X posts, rather on our X account, and yeah, I think it's good. It's a good culture to appreciate those that are making progress in things that give it time to learn. And they're already giving rewards back to us. If it wasn't for him, who knows how many likes, how many followers on Onchain Con we have right now, or perhaps how many people would watch our live session today. So it's all we can't really tell, but I believe it's meaningful that we reward the people that have performed exceptionally well. And yeah, the amount is really small. It was just a little incentive. But I hope your wallet is safe. Yeah, so you can choose to either give your wallet address or to offer up with a program right here. Or we should sponsor on it. Yeah, so congratulations, Lisa HR. Yeah, keep up the spirit. Maybe later on more and more and bigger rewards will come. Maybe not from Onchain Con, but from protocols that anywhere. Keep the spirit up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. For that, just remain on the side that you can offer up. We take that 301.5%. But anyway, it's 19 minutes to exactly 4. So this is the central point premise. After 4, we can really interact with the person you want to interact with until we go home. It's good. Our judge has come with a car for those that are heading to Kampala. Let me ask for their behalf. But yeah, and for us, we continue to build. We are having this safari coming. Let's keep building our products. Shallow products cannot reach us there, but things that make meaning, things that other users can use, we keep iterating and keep iterating, and we incentivize that idea you feel from this about, or the ideas you feel from this about. I think by in safari, we shall come up with some bounties. Last year was the first time I mobilized other builders to go for the safari. And we were 6 builders, we are 8 builders that went, 6 of us built. So we made sure that if they ask for a team, one of us builds and the other is at home. And we came back with $5,000 as the entire team from that sort of participation. So this year we can do better, and we can also bring back those resources to help us and the community here. So yes, I encourage us keep building the products monthly, funded, yeah, and we shall be glad, and we shall also, it helps us to get deeper and build what matters. I think the microphone is against me because of the time. Otherwise, if someone has something to say, we have some few minutes. Don't want to have this as an all-man show. So if you have an announcement, we have some sessions coming on Monday. I know those who know about them. Yeah, you are about. I'm also going to be a learner. So yeah, but if you have something really unique you want to tell us, let us know. Otherwise, I can close the event. There's no one. Among who is there? David, since David is here, please come and have a word. Yeah, it's really incredible. I've seen her like steadfast. She came into the field this year. This is amazing. And this is amazing. She came into the field this year. I remember during a day fest, she was doing another project was not. Yeah. She had issues with our project and she kept on refining. So, good spirit.